Hi, today we have another variant Sudoku that was recently featured on Cracking the Cryptic. Now, this particular variant has a very strange rule set, so strange that one might be inclined to think it is not a Sudoku at all. Now, Cracking the Cryptic occasionally does feature puzzles that are not Sudokus, and while I find their Sudoku puzzles are most consistently enjoyable to solve, I think on average, I like the non Sudokus they feature more. I especially like when they do classic pen and paper logic puzzles. And also, as in this case, a word puzzle. I'm very excited to be doing this. Now, the Cracking the Cryptic solution video is a fearsome 3 hours and 10 minutes long. So I think we have to be realistic about the possibility that we might not finish, or it might not finish in one sitting, anyhow. And perhaps if I were more sensible, I would have waited until I have a more appropriate time to attempt such a long and presumably challenging puzzle. But I was just excited to do it now, so we're going to get started and we're just going to see how well we do. Now, I have read the rules ahead of time, so I know what is going on, but I haven't attempted the puzzle at all. This particular puzzle is called Connected Cities. And I should mention, because we're not going to be able to fit the rules on screen at the same time as the puzzle itself, I'm going to go through the rules together carefully, and then during the video, I'm going to be only looking at the puzzle, which means, that we got to know the rules ahead of time. Okay, welcome to the Transfiguration Delivery Service. The puzzle is called Connected Cities, if I didn't say that already. Now, this puzzle is available as a PDF. I have downloaded the PDF and printed it out. If I were solving it by myself, I would preferably do it entirely on paper with pen. But in the interest of sharing my solution, insofar as it is a solution, I'll be working on the website in the interactive version. However, I have the printout because I'm going to want to be able to refer to this sheet while solving without having to flip back and forth, which means that this information is not going to be on screen for very long. So you may want to open this in a separate tab if you want to refer to it while watching, or you can just let it go. That is also fine. And I'm going to try to read out loud insofar as whenever I'm doing something that's not on screen, I'm going to try to explain what's going on so you don't have to see it. All right. Back to the puzzle. So the rules are each package has a label, and so it looks like most of these labels are words from what I understand from reading the rules. But word is being used somewhat expansively to include names, abbreviations, or even just one letter. These words are going to start from green words and end up as red words, and they are going to pass through several cities, and each time they pass through a city, the word is transformed. Then the number on an arrow is the length of the word. Okay. And each arrow is used exactly once. Now, we're going to have to place the cities into the map, which is at the bottom of the page. And then there's going to be an extraction step, which I think we'll discuss if we manage to get that far. All right, now these are the cities. How many cities are there? That is a lot. 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to count it. All right, we're going to come back to this for a moment. Let's look at the map. Alright, here is our working surface. How to navigate the map, scroll up and down to zoom in and out. Okay, I kind of wish there's more, yeah, maybe I'll be zoomed in, I don't know. Hold down on the map to drag and move it around, okay. And click the arrows to cycle through 10 colors. Okay, which I suspect means we have 10 packages to follow. Let's try to find out. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. There are in fact 10 green packages, and they have to go to 10 red destinations. Okay, so the arrows in this graph are going to be partitioned into 10 paths, and each path will start from one of the green boxes and end in one of the red boxes. And as that path goes through the grid, it's going to pass through these nodes, and each of these nodes is going to be, one of these cities. And those cities are going to induce transformations on these words that turn the green word into the red word. So for example, here is London, and if we scroll up, we see London. Who voiced this character? So Myers voiced Shrek. Well, okay, that's going to be a problem. Okay, well, we're not starting with London. Hong Kong. Name of its biggest star. Boy. Okay. Yeah. All right, we'll get back to that. And if I understand correctly, these colors, and these dashed lines are not going to matter until we've filled out the entire grid. So we'll get. All right, I got to learn to scroll up and down correctly. All right, here are all of the rules and examples. Alexandria, change an H into an R, chimp goes to crimp. Amsterdam, what its middle letter stands for, BRB, becomes right. Ankara, what is on top of it, a halo is on top of an angel. Athens, the brother, Remus is the brother of Romulus. Auckland, opposite, down and up. Bangkok, aka rocket and arugula. So two words for the same thing. Maybe British Americanisms that might show up a few times. Beijing, shift every letter 4 spots forward in the alphabet. So pawn becomes tear. So this is a Caesar shift of +4. I would call that backwards in the alphabet because when you go from P to T, you're going towards the back end of the alphabet. But whatever, the example clarifies. Cairo, remove last sound. Beach becomes B. Chicago, instance that's green. Kermit is a green Muppet. Hong Kong, we already saw. Pacino is the biggest star of Scarface. Yeah, well, I'm going to say something about it once we get to the end. Istanbul is a symbol for... Clover is a symbol for luck. Okay. Jakarta, add T in anagram. Parent becomes pattern. London, we saw. Los Angeles, remove first letter in anagram to get body part. Silver, you remove the S to make ilver, and your anagram to make liver. Okay. Madrid, remove a letter in anagram to biblical name. Honda, what's that going to be? Noah, right? Yeah, okay, Noah. Mexico City was the leader of, Attila was the leader of the Huns. Well, I hope that this is as easy as the example. Moscow, reverse, Avid becomes diva. Mumbai comes immediately before. Breakfast does not come immediately before lunch, but I understand what it's saying. Nairobi, add E in anagram. Chap becomes peach. New York City, remove last letter. Flamingo becomes flaming. Osaka, homophone, pair and pair. Interesting example. Paris, same consonants. So Catan and auction have the same consonants. Now, does Catan is not a word, right? So I guess it counts as a name. Fictional names count as names. Rio de Janeiro, partner, Romeo and Juliet. Riyadh, anagram, stain and saint. Rome, remove first letter, elate becomes late. Singapore, instance that's yellow. Teletubby and Lala. Well, I hope that's not in this grid. Sydney, 5. It's got to be like, if it's not fruit and banana, I don't know what I'm going to do with Singapore. Sydney, 5-letter word that can be prepended, shoe and horse. So horseshoe is a full word. And the second thing has to be Well, the prepended thing, which comes second, must be 5 letters. Tokyo, what occurs at the end? Train and caboose. Washington, D.C. comes immediately after, so Johnson, Kennedy. Okay, and then Jamin, I don't know, append letter. Tote becomes totem. Now, the thought I had about Hong Kong and London, I noticed they gave us Hong Kong and London, and those are the two here that lean most heavily on popular culture and that I'm going to have the most difficulty with. And I think it is not a coincidence that those are the two they gave you, because when it comes to putting a city in a square, lots of these rules have logical constraints that limit. Like if you have Romeo going in and Juliet coming out, you know for sure you cannot have Riyadh because the letters are not anagrams of each other. So a lot of these cities have purely logical transformations that you can eliminate in a logical way. So the cities that depend on popular culture are much less restricted in a sort of logical way, and as a consequence, it might be hard to restrict with partial information where they can go in the grid, so they just give it to you straight up. All right, with that said, that's a lot of bloviating and not a lot of progress. We start with Which Monday Marsh? Apartment Gold, Trap Drama Pecan, and Crab, and Bottom. So I can't scroll far. Oh, I can scroll. And we end with Table Time, Rye, Lift, Viola, Nose. Oh, okay, here's the issue. I need to be centered. Okay, I need to be like that. And if I scroll like this, I can scroll to the top. Yeah, okay. Nose, water, cube, chair, and lane. Excuse me. Well, I better not lose my voice before I've even started the puzzle. I'm gonna get some water. Now, my first thought is I see time, and this has got to be the homophone one of Osaka, so that you can have time leading to time. Does it work with Rai? Rai could be W-R-Y. I'm not saying for sure this is Osaka, but I want it to be. So here's a 3-letter word going in. Here's a 1-letter word going in. Oh, that could be like T to T. Something to Rye. Time. I need a 4-letter word going in. 6 is going out. There is no 4-letter word going in. That points heavily against Osaka going there. So to clarify, I was saying this could be Rai. And this could be, I'm just making up an example, T and T or something like that. There is 5 arrows. Oh no, there's a 4-letter. Okay. I kind of like that. I don't like it so much that I'm going to cross Osaka off on my list. But I do kind of like that. What would make Rai? Brother? No. Opposite? Change an H into an R. Oh. And so that is a transformation that conserves length. I strongly suspect this is Alexandria, and not just because it's first alphabetically. But let us look through the grid, and we can eliminate most of these boxes from being Alexandria because they don't conserve length. So start up here. 5 to 5, 6 to 7. Nope. How in the world am I going to progress through the... I'll try to do the left side first, I guess. 8. Well, what if it's a word that has 2 H's? 1 to 1. 6, 6, 5. There's a 7 going out. I think the 8 is just lethal. There's no 8s coming into this. Okay. 1 coming out. How do you get a 1 out of a 7 or an 8-letter word? Now we're going to already be distracted and look to see what here gives you a 1-letter word. Add T in anagram. No. Reverse, remove a letter, remove first letter, remove last letter. Comes immediately before. Possible. Remove first letter. Instance that's yellow. What occurs at the end comes immediately after. A pinned letter. What is on top of it? What its middle letter stands for? Remove last sound. So most of these rules have no capacity to end up with a single letter word, starting from a word that is longer than 1 letter. But not all of them. Okay. I'll leave that be. In any case, this is certainly not Alexandria. No, no, no. 4, 5, 4, 5, 7. This is not Alexandria. This is not Alexandria. This is not. This is not. This could be. Nope. 6, 5, 4, 6. Maybe this one? 5 in, 5 out. 5 in. Okay. How many ends are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 5, 5, 6, 7. There's no 4 going in, but there is a 4 going out. So this is not 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 6, 4. This is not 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 4. This is not Alexandria. Or more broadly, I should say, what are all the rules that always conserve length? And for this, we are going to scroll up. Okay, Alexandria conserves length. I'm gonna write down on my sheet of paper which ones conserve length with a little L next to them. What is on top of it? What does it Beijing conserves length. I should also keep track of when they have a consistent change. So add T in anagram, I'm going to write +1 next to -1. Conserves length. +1. -1. Conserves length. -1. Always goes to 5. Maybe Sydney is the first thing we're going to find. +1. There are 3 cities that go to +1, 4 cities that go to -1, 4 cities that conserve length, and 1 city that always goes to 5. And this sure is a busy grid. I'm trying to see if I can tell better on the paper than on the screen, which is just a little too small. But this is equally busy on the paper as on the screen. Okay. We said this cannot conserve length, this does not conserve length. This is probably a +1. This does not conserve length, this does not conserve length. This looks like it might be a +1 as well. 3 and 3 and 4 goes to 4 and 4 and 5. I want this to be a +1. 5 into 5, 6 into 7. Okay, we're not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it. Not going to get distracted. 4. How many arrows go into this? 4? Okay, 4. 4, 4, 5, 6. Yielding 6, 6, 7, 4. So it's not consistent. Not consistent. Five and 4. 4 and 6. Osaka. 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 6, 1. Not consistent. 3 into 4 +1. 4, 4, 7, 5, 5, 8. Remind me not to click on any arrows. I said 4, 4, 7, 5, 5, 8. Okay. Not consistent. 5, 6, yielding 5, 7. 6. There's 6 arrows going in. There's a 1 coming in. There is a 1 coming out. Oh, I missed that 1 coming out before. There's a 3 coming out. There's no 3 going in. 6, 6, 3. Okay. 5, 6, 5, 5, 7. So 5, 5, 5, 6, 7. 4, 4, 4, 5, 6. Minus 1. Plus 1. 4, 4, 4, 6. 3, 3, 4, 4. There's no 5 coming out? 3, 3, 4, 4. Almost consistent. Maybe I'm just going to have some scattered colored arrows in the grid. 3, 7, and hella long. 9, 4, 4, 6. Nothing particular. 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. We're eventually going to make an error, aren't we? Maybe already. 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 4. 555. Just gonna write 445 yielding 555. Now the rule that always makes fives is Sydney. 5-letter word that can be prepended. Can water be prepended to something that is 4 or 5 letters long? Probably. Can trap be prepended by something that is 5 letters long? I think a bear trap, snare trap, is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing. Water trap? Okay. We can leave that be. 5, 6, 5, 6. So that's plus 0. Really? Is that the only plus 0 we've had other than our putative Alexandria? Aren't we supposed to find 4 of these in the grid? Probably made errors already. 3, 6, 7. 4, 5, 5. This is minus 1. 5 and 6 and 6. 5 and 6 and 6. 5 and 5, 4 and 4. 5 and 6. 4 and 5. Oh, this 4 sure travel some distance. 4 and 5, yielding 4 and 5. I wonder if they tried to do some sort of arrow length minimization problem. Probably not. Too much work. Just make pretty arrows. Don't think about it. Only 2-letter words I've seen. 2 and 4, yielding 2 and 4. So one of these cities is anagram, and one of these cities is reverse. Reverse is a subset of anagram. But that's fine. Probably reverse is the short one, and anagram is a longer one. 3 and 5, yielding 2 and 4. 3, 4, 4, yielding 3, 4, 5. 6, 4, 5. Ay, ay, ay. 4, 5, 6, 4, 4, 4, 5. So 4 up there. 4, 4, 4, 4. So 4 fours. 5, 5, 6. What comes out? 3, 3. 4, 5, 5, 4. Feels like there's fewer arrows coming out than in. There are 6 arrows coming in. 4 fours. 4, 4, 4. Oh, that's at 4 coming out. 3 fours coming in. 2 5s coming in, and a 6 coming in. Coming out, we have 2 3s, 2 4s, 2 5s. 1 letter off of being consistent, but it's not. Okay, so we have, how many plus 1s do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. And there are 3 cities with rules that force plus 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many minus 1s do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have 4 cities that force -1. How many plus zeros do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have 4 cities of rules that force it. Okay. And then we have only 1 city that makes 5s. So this must be Sydney. Well, I say that, but isn't there another city that had only 1 output? Okay, that line is just going to be long, so we can deal with that. 5 to 6, nope. 3 to 4. This one could be Sydney. And maybe there's some others. This one? No. Okay, but we're going to accept that for now. And I said I wanted this to be Alexandria because I want to change an H into an R. And this could be white to right. Okay, I like that. And then right into right. Here. Going back to this city? Interesting. I just want to quickly review the others possibilities. Shift every letter 4 spots forward in the alphabet. So we want to subtract 4 from oof. T-U-V-W. So this becomes S. And then T-U-W-X-Y. S blank U. What's 4 letters before R? P, Q, M. SMU. Okay, well that doesn't look promising. So I do not think this is Beijing, which is the shift every letter by 4. Reverse is Moscow, so Ira. No. Anagram. You're not doing anything with that. And those are all 4 possibilities. Now, obviously, we have 5 cities here that are labeled with possibly that they conserve length. So we don't know this has to be one of the 4 rules, one of those 4 rules. But I really like Rye. I really like Y. And I'm extremely tempted to put in right and white here. Okay, Y. That looks good. And this is coming from... This is going to drive me nuts. The same city that time comes from. What are the ones that add 1 length? Add T and anagram. Is there an anagram of IME? If there is, I don't see it. Add E and anagram. MIT. Tim. Append letter. Tim once again. And those are the 3 plus 1 rolls. Quite possibly this is not any of those. But this is looking like it could be Tim or MIT maybe. What's a transformation that can make a one-letter word, Y, and can be usefully applied more than once in a row, as is being done here, and can take a one-letter word as input? Monday to Y? Maybe. What does middle letter stands for? No. What is on top of it? You could have something on top of something on top of something. I don't think you're having a Y on top of something. Brother, opposite, aka shift, remove last sound. Could be Y something, and I don't know. Then this, you can remove two last sounds, but I don't like it. Instance that's green, Y is not green. Name of its biggest star, oh, this is in Hong Kong. Is a symbol for Y. Add T in anagram, who voices character. Remove first letter, not a body part. Remove a letter, no. Who was the leader of Y? No. Reverse comes, what comes before Y? X? What comes before Y? So this could be Mumbai. ID, anagram, no. Remove last letter, no. Homophone, I just used Osaka below. Paris, same consonants. Partner, Y and X and Y, I don't know. You're not going to have partner that passes through itself twice. Partner of something is just ridiculous. Remove first letter, no. Instance that's yellow, Y is not yellow. It's not a 5-letter word. Y, what occurs at the end? Could Y occur at the end of something? So this could be Tokyo. Comes immediately after. So Y comes after something. Oh, it's saying John. Okay. The example with Washington, D.C. LBJ comes after JFK. So it's the opposite of Mumbai. Comes immediately before. Breakfast comes before lunch. Okay, I had been mixing up this directionality there. So, and then append letter, no. Okay, so I think this is either Mumbai or Tokyo or DC. Which makes this one X or Z, depending on whether we're talking before or after. But if it's Tokyo, it might be neither. And Y comes at the end of Monday. I really don't like that. I don't think they mean lexicographically at the end. Yeah, okay. I think this is Mumbai or DC. Making this X or Z. Tim or Mitt comes immediately before or after something. I think this is not add E and anagram or append letter. I think both of those are bad here. I think there's many other possibilities it could be. Okay, do we want to run with the right white idea? Oh, we have time. Time. Oh yeah, that's where that came from. What else? I am really inclined to run with it. Okay, Monday. Monday comes after Sunday and before Tuesday. That really does, this makes me feel really good about that. Sunday is 6 letters. Tuesday is 7 letters. Neither of them are 8, unfortunately. So suppose it's Sunday. What's Hong Kong? Name of its biggest star. Sunday has a star? The sun? I mean, it has to be the sun, right? Well, there's no... It's like literally the biggest star associated with Sunday. It's the sun. Okay. But that's not what's going on here. Okay, what if it's Tuesday? Is there a transformation that takes us from Tuesday to X? Or a 9-letter word that has a star? Tuesday was the leader of X. No. Tuesday was the opposite of X. The middle letter of Tuesday stands for X. It's not good. But I do think this is Tuesday. I'm looking for other entry points. This looks promising. This also looks promising. Does London connect to anything? Connects to a 2-letter word. That's probably a reverse of another 2-letter word. Let's fix that. Pecan. Let's check this out. There are 4 transformations that conserve length. We don't think it's Alexandria. Can't be Alexandria, it has no H's. Shift every letter 4 spots later in the alphabet. A becomes E. Okay, 5 leads into... Oh, that's a faraway 5. I'm just going to type here. Okay, P, Q, R, S, T, U. E, does that go to J? E, F. No, oh, shift by 4. Yeah, Beijing and shift every letter by 4. Because a P becomes Q, R, S, T. E becomes, I think, I. F, G, H, I. C becomes G. A becomes E. N becomes O, P, Q, R. Yes, okay. That feels good enough that I'm going to put in Beijing. And that makes this one tiger. And we have tiger and gold leading into the same thing. Okay? Okay, that's fine. Kind of relieved to find Beijing so quickly, because it is a little annoying to compute. 4 comes all the way from here and leads into Beijing. Well, that's going to be an experience when we get to it. Okay, we've got a bunch of short words here. 3, 3, sorry, no, 3 is coming out. 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 5. Lift and viola. Reverse? No. Well, okay, it's not a... middle letter stands for... I don't think having Oh, middle letter stands for, you better have an odd coming in. And do I want to go through the whole grid and find every cell that only has odds? No, no, I don't want to do it. Auckland, opposite. Lift, drop. Viola doesn't have an opposite. Brother, what is on top of it? Lift is on top. No, okay. AKA, lift could be elevator, but not with these word lengths. Shift, remove last sound. Lifter, lift it. No, you're not removing a 3 to make a 5. Remove last sound. Instance, that's green. Those are not green. Name of its biggest stars. Those are not names. It's also, this is not Hong Kong. Is a symbol for. Are any of these a symbol for lift? Do lift and viola have symbols? No. Add T in anagram. No T in viola. Who voiced this character? Viola did not voice anything. Remove. Okay, not that. Not that. Was the leader of viola? No. Reverse. No. Comes immediately before. Do things come before lift and viola? No. Okay. Homophone. Lift. No. So we have Osaka elsewhere. Same consonants. Could be. Partner. I don't think lift or viola simply has partners. Is in yellow? No. What occurs at the end? Is viola at the end of the NATO phonetic alphabet? I don't think so. Comes immediately after. I don't think these are sequential. I really feel like this has to be Paris. Paris. And then LFT could be loft or left. Left into, how do we get to right? White, right, left, white. Do we have black coming in here? 5 letter, no. Black, London. Who did black voice a character? I mean, black has to be the name of someone. I don't want to use Google to look up voices, but like, if I don't, this might literally be a black hole. Black, white. Okay, that looks very good. And then we have left into lift. What else has the same? I think same consonants in order. You don't want to put the vowels in the same place. You want to move the consonants. Okay, viola. V and L is a little hard to make a 3 or 4 letter word that has those consonants. Val. Vol. Vel. Okay, maybe it's 4 letter. Veal. Evil. Ooh. Evil. Live. Live. What is, if this is live, and I subtract 4 from each letter, L, so H-I-J-K-L, H, I think we said was E, V, R-S-T-U-V, and then Hera. Oh, and then Hera comes from you. I think that's very promising. And we said evil, so this is reverse. And then someone voiced a two-letter thing. Okay. 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 I like this quite a lot. So, pecan to tiger. Evil. No. Hera. Hera to live. Hijkl. Fghi r stuv a bcde. Okay. Okay. Live to evil, and reverse is Moscow. Live to evil to viola. Lift comes from, I said left. Left comes from right. Opposite. 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 Auckland. Right comes from right, which comes from white, which comes from black, and the only four-letter word going in other than right is here, right? Black. And then someone whose name is Black voiced something. And we will never know who. Okay, and then these two have the same consonants. And this one is a word that has consonants and has an opposite. Well, that's not helpful. Yeah, okay, I feel good having lots of opposites pass through this one. Yes, this all feels very strong. I think then we're left with a 6 and a 6 that are homophones of each other. It's pretty unconstrained. A 2 and a 2 that are reversed. Yeah, you're not going to do an anagram with a two-letter word. It's ridiculous. A 3 and a 3 that have same consonants. A bunch of things that are... Yeah, I don't know. Nose. Nose from a 5-letter word was the name of someone who voiced a thing. Sorry, London, who voiced this character? Is there a 2-letter character we can think of? Oz? Which would be Zoe. That doesn't feel good. Dr. No is 4 letters. But in 2 groups of 2. Up is a movie that has voiced characters, but it isn't a character. If I were a Scrabble aficionado, I would go through every single 2-letter word, reverse all of them, and figure out which ones are characters. I don't know all the 2-letter words. And this puzzle has a very expansive idea of 2-letter words, of word. So, even that might not be good enough. Natsusei ni. Princess Di. Not a character. Yeah, this feels unlikely to go well. And this isn't a result of some other deductions we made. We're given London, we're given a two-letter word feeds into it. There must be a two-letter character out there. What do we have with nose? Nose. That's -1. What are the -1s? Remove first letter in anagram to get body part. Well, that feels pretty good. Remove a letter in anagram to get a biblical name. No. Remove last letter. Noses. Nosed. Noser. No. It's poor. Remove first letter. Gnose. H-nose. I don't know. Remove first. Okay, so I feel like this just has to be Los Angeles. Which is remove first letter in anagram to get a body part. So nose, we anagram it and add a letter at the front. Bones, also a body part. Cones. And it should ideally be the name of someone who voiced a thing. So it should be a name. Something Esson. Osen. It's going to be a name of someone who voiced a two-letter character. I'm never ever going to figure out. I am open to Googling that sort of thing, but we are going to defer that as long as possible. 5-letter body part that comes from a 6-letter word. No. 5-letter word that comes before trap. House trap. I feel like house always goes before everything. Mouse trap. Wow. Who'da thunk? Okay, 5-letter. We also have a tiger. Is there something that uses animals? Where did tiger go? Tiger's going up here. And nothing from here is going up here. Let me just double check if I saw animals mentioned in any of these rules. I did not. But mouse. A mouse could have a yellow thing. Pikachu is like a yellow mouse, kind of. Okay, sure. Now water comes before a 4 or 5-letter word. Water bed. Water park. Park. I like park. Water trap. Water hose. Water bomb. Water. Yeah, I'm not sure. And now chair and cube felt very interesting. Not Los Angeles, we have that already. Not Madrid, because these are not biblical names. Could be remove last letter. Could be remove first letter. Could be not one of those 4 transformations that subtract a letter. Okay, remove first letter. What letter could you possibly put before chair? I see nothing. Okay, remove last letter. Cubed. Chairs. That seems improbable. I'm missing something. Chair. Cube. I just see cubes and cubed. Cuber, as in someone who does Rubik's Cube. Cubist, as in someone who has more than 5 letters in their vocation. Cubed or cubes would come from here. So then we would need cubes or cubed to come before something like trap. So we'd have like cubes trap. That whole idea looks unlikely. So I'm thinking this is not going to be one of the transformations that subtract a letter. Since if I recall correctly, we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only recalled 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 transformations subtract letters. So 2 of these aren't really such transformations. So this is unlikely. Is there something else that would give chair or cube? Middle letter stands for something? No. What is on top of it? Is chair on something? Floor. Is cube on something? Brother, opposite. Okay, I'm going to have to start crossing out the ones we used. Even if we don't feel 100% confident about Osaka and Alexandria and Auckland and Moscow and Beijing and Los Angeles and London and Hong Kong. Well, those I feel confident we have. And Paris. But confident enough I want to track which ones we've used. AKA is chair could be seat. Cube could be block. Block as in block trap. Okay. Bangkok is possible. Remove last sound. Chair. Cube. What lengths come in? It is one higher. Mouse could be Mao. Mao leads into whatever. Because I do want this or this to be mouse. Okay, so the mouse, if it doesn't go here, it's going to here. Another transformation that subtracts a letter. Remove first letter and we don't think that. Remove a letter and anagram to get a biblical name. Can you remove a letter from mouse and anagram to get a biblical name? Not quite Amos. Muse. I think the answer is no. Okay. Remove last letter. Nope. Remove first letter. Aus. Nope. Okay. So I think either this is not mouse or this is not actually a remove a letter rule. So I'm feeling like this is probably mouse. 80% chance, statistically. Or 75%, I think, since I found Los Angeles already. Okay, other rules this could be. Instance that's green, no. Is a symbol for. Is something a symbol for a cube? Or chair? No. Add T, no. Biblical names, no. Was the leader of? Leader of chair, no. Partner. Table and chair. Anagram, no. Instance is yellow. Chairs don't have to be yellow. What occurs at the end? No. No, I don't like any of these. Like, Bangkok was the least bad. Bangkok was AKA, so chair could be seat, and cube could be block. And then block could come before a 4 or 5 letter word. Blockchain. I don't know. So I'm feeling very inconfident in the upper right. Even though this should really restrict quite a lot. Let's just take another pass. On top of it. Chair, cube. Cube can be on top of something. What can cube be on top of? Brother, aka. Remove last sound. Cube. Cubic. Cherub. I don't know. Cherub. Cherub. Cubic. Cubic. Cubic be before something? Cubic law. Okay, let's put a pin on remove last sound. Cairo. Instance is green, no. Symbol for no. At T, no. No. Leader of chair, no. Comes immediately before. Is there a sequence that where something becomes before chair in the sequence? I sure don't think so. Remove last letter. We thought that was pretty improbable. Partner, maybe, but what's the partner of cube? No, no. Yellow, no. Occurs at the end. So does chair occur at the end of something? Now, maybe solving this clue comes at the end of this puzzle. And then comes immediately after. Okay, I don't love Bangkok, and I especially don't love Cairo. But I see nothing else that even looks okay there. Gold feeds into something. Apartment. This must be semantic. I don't know what you're doing with apartment. That is giving good 4-letter words. Marsh. Mine is a letter. Let's run through these. And we considered a mouse as a possible input to mine is 1 letter at the same time. Remove a letter and anagram to get a biblical name. Samson. Let's just do this methodically. Remove the M. Sarah, misspelled. Remove the A, no way. Mash. Sham, hams is not a biblical name. Harm, no. Mars, Rams, no. Okay. Remove last letter. Mars. I like that a lot. Remove first letter. Arsh. No way, Jose. So if it is a -1, I think it's New York City. And that makes mouse into a very questionable. I mean, it might not be mousetrap, but I really want this to be mouse. And then this could be Mao. And then Mao is the leader of China. Or was the leader of China. And we have two 5-letter words to choose from. Yeah. So we're thinking Cairo? Despite my double question mark? What was Bangkok again? AKA. No, that cube block was just so weak. Cube. I wanted this to be cherub, right? Pink is the last one. Cherub plus 0 letters, and we need to have China as a possible input as well. The only ones that we've used 3 of the plus 0s already. All that's left is anagram. So anagram either goes here or here. I'm feeling here more. And I mean, this has to be Sydney, right? I think if it's not Sydney, that'd be crazy. Anagram. China, I don't think you're anagramming China to make anything, right? Inch. And of course this might not be China. And then we wanted this to be cherub. What would give me cherub as an output? Is a symbol for a cherub? Could be. Is a yellow thing? Maybe. Brother? Biblical name? No. Comes immediately after? What occurs at the end? Bible? Cherub? AKA. AKA. Well, then that would make this not China, unless you have another word for China. Cherub. Aim. No, 6-letter word. What is a cherub? I don't know. Maybe it's not cherub. Cube. Better be coming from a 4-letter word. It's a 4-letter word that if you remove the last sound, you get cube. 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 Maybe starting with a Q. Quebec. Actually, I quite like Quebec, but it's more Quebec. Q. I wanted it to be cubic, but mouse to Mao was too good. Leader of Mexico City. China, we're thinking goes here. What are the -1s that we have left? Madrid. Remove a letter and anagram to the biblical name. Remove a letter from China. Inch. Remove first letter. Hyena. Not great. Remove last letter. We have elsewhere. It could be Chen. If New York City is improperly placed. Why do we think this is New York City? Because Mars is pretty good. Where would Mars go? Here or here? Mars. 5-letter word that comes before Mars. Don't love it. Mars could go here. Tiger is still feeding into something that gold is also feeding into. Brother, middle letter stands for a green tiger. Remove last sound of tiger. Tig. Tiger comes immediately before. Partner. A yellow tiger. What occurs at the end of a tiger? A tail. There are very few things I'm happy to feed tiger into. What is on top of a tiger? A stripe? That's not very good. Tiger is a symbol for gold is a symbol for wealth. Tiger is a symbol for something. It's pretty questionable. Was the leader of comes before homophone partner. Tiger and what and tiger? What is the partner of gold? Yellow tiger. What comes after? I think this has to be a symbol. I'm at least removing one question mark. What is a tiger a symbol for? Gold is a symbol for wealth. W-E-A. Remove last letter of wealth to make wield. No. Gold is a symbol of riches. Remove last letter to get richer. Or risha. Richa. That's some mathematician's name, right? Maybe this is not New York. Mexico City. Mao is the leader of China. China goes into here. Remove first letter to make Haina. Remove last letter to make Chen. Chen was not bad, but drama. Okay, what are the minus ones that accept drama as an input? Remove first letter and anagram to get the boggy part. Arma. No. Remove a letter and anagram to get a biblical name. Mar. Ram. Is Aram? No. Adam. That feels very strong. Now, China. Can I remove a letter from that? An anagram to the biblical name? Hina? Don't see it. Cain. Anch. chia and chin and inch and so on. Okay, so I'm thinking we have Cain and Adam in some order. We do have Mao leading into Mexico City to make China. That means this is Cairo, which means this is probably Cherub. Which means what in the world is giving us Cherub? It's not anagram, right? Maybe it is anagram. Probably want to end in is it possible I misspelled cherub? Uber jet. Utch. Rebuck. Baruch. Urbuck. Brucha. Booker. Chubber. Rhubarb pie. How hard can it be for me to find all anagrams of cherub, or any anagram of cherub? Don't see anything. Okay, we'll leave that be for a minute. I am quite enjoying so far this sort of process. And it has felt well constrained. Where is Cain and Adam going? Do we have anything else feeding into that? No, we know Lane comes out. Then two different three-letter words come in here. Hera comes out. So Cain or Adam go in. Hera and Lane go out. But it is 4 in, 4 out. Cain or Adam comes in. Both Hera and Lane come out. And it does not conserve length in any way. Middle letter stand for something? No. What is on top of it? Brother? It could be saying yes. I think brother looks good, but Lane doesn't sound like the sort of thing to have a brother. But I think, okay, so maybe this isn't brother, but surely that makes this brother, right? Because this would be Cain. Cain and Abel. Where does Abel go? Oh, and this has no 4 letters coming out. That could be Abel. Abel. Table. All right. I think we are in business. Abel. Brother is Athens. That makes this Cain and this Adam. And now add T and anagram is Jakarta. So What was Auckland again? Opposite. So something is the opposite of something. And we have quite a few things to choose from. And that opposite thing you can add a T in anagram. Okay. That is fine. We have figured out where Cain goes. Cain goes into Athens. We have almost... Okay, so there's a character who has a voice, and that character is a brother of someone. Hong Kong. What is that? Name of its biggest star. Okay, so there's a star who has a brother. Well, it's going to be a joyous task to unravel. We still don't know what this +0 is. And then we want a brother whose last letter you can remove. Okay. So we have something that takes Adam as input and Lane and Hera as output. That's not Athens. I'm going to go ahead and cross out Athens and Cairo, I guess. Jakarta for sure. I'm going to put a question next to Cairo. Madrid feels very strong. Mexico City is going to get a cross out with a question mark. New York City is not even getting that much. And I guess with Mousetrap, I'm removing Sydney from consideration. Okay. You have quite a few cities crossed out. Where were we? I think we were working our way through Adam feeding into something that takes, that produces Lane and Hera as outputs. Now it's not any of the copious things we've crossed out. What is on top of it? What is on top of Adam? I don't know. AKA Lane, Ali, Hera probably has is Hera Roman and then there's a Greek, or is that vice versa? Lane, Ali. What would the AKA for Adam be? Adam. Don't know. Instance that's green. Lane is not green. Is a symbol for Hera. Is Adam Adam could be a symbol. Is there something? Does Lanes have a symbol? No. Adam was the leader of. Yeah, maybe. Comes immediately before Adam and Eve. Well, I'm thinking that points more towards Rio de Janeiro for partner. Hera is the partner of Zeus. Is that correct? I have a Zeus candidate. What is Elaine a partner of? Okay, partner feels very strong. Add E in anagram. No. Partner. Instance is yellow. Lanes are not yellow. Occurs at the end. No. Comes immediately after. No. Okay, so I quite strongly want this to be Rio de Janeiro. And then I want one of these to be Adam and Eve. And I want this to be Zeus. Assuming Zeus and Hera or Jupiter and Hera? Could Jupiter come from one of these plus ones? Add T an anagram? No. Add E an anagram? Surely not. Append a letter? Jupite? No. I don't think it's Jupiter, but I mean it could be. Right. We're gonna stick with this. Zeus. Apartment leading. Zeus could come at the end of. Zeus could be the leader of. No, I have that already. Instance that's yellow. I mean, an instance that's green. They have to be in this grid somewhere. Maybe this is going to be Bangkok because Zeus, aka, could be Jupiter. Apartment could be flat. Jupiter. Istanbul is a symbol for Jupiter. Lightning? What's a symbol for Jupiter? And I right about Jupiter and Zeus? I think so. Yeah, but Bangkok here feels quite good. Apartment flat. Where does flat lead to? Auckland. Opposite. Bumpy. Rough. Rough. Bumpy. Rough or bumpy. Flat. Textured. Flat. Curved. Round. Round. Bumpy. Okay. Minus ones. I think we had all the minus ones except for Rome, which is remove first letter. So I said round could be ound. Bumpy, umpy. Rough, uff. Okay, well, none of those look good. So maybe this is not Rome. But I do like flat for this one. Apartment, flat. Jupiter, Zeus. A three-letter word that's AKA'd as a six-letter word that you can feed into Los Angeles, which you can remove a first letter to get a body part. An anagram to get a body part, which might be nose, or might not be. Oof. Still challenging. Jakarta. Not enough information. Bottom. How have I sat here with this the whole time and done nothing? Bottom is the opposite of top. Now top could go into Paris to make tip or tap or TP, tip or tap, tip or tap leading to Bangkok, tip tap, tip tip tap, yeah, tip or tap leading to Bangkok, which is AKA. Tap could be mains, or it could be water mains, it could be faucet. Faucet leading into Los Angeles. Remove first letter and anagram to get a body part. Osset. What body part is hiding there that I don't see? Don't tell me it's not tap to faucet. Don't tell me I misspelled faucet. Not-Sudoku. There can't be. Los Angeles. Remove first letter in anagram to get a body part. This feeds into nose, right? Yeah, nose. Maybe this isn't Los Angeles, and that's a red herring. And that's why I've had so much trouble figuring out what leads into nose. It could be remove first letter. Nose. No, we rejected that before. Remove last letter. Nosy. Foss. No. Maybe it's not. Maybe this just isn't Los Angeles. I like faucet too much. So what could faucet lead into? AKA, no, that's what it comes out of. Instance that's green, no. Faucet is a symbol for, no. Comes immediately before, no. Add E in anagram, no. Remove last letter, foss, no. Partner, no. First letter, also, instance is yellow. What occurs at the end? Faucet seems terrible. As much as I like tap, coming from top, coming from bottom. But what if it's not tap, but tip? Or ATP. Like somewhere we have a bunch of initialisms that we're taking the middle letters from. Tip. What is AKA does? Tip. Gratuity. Pretty sure that's not 6 letters. Somewhere there's yellow things and green things. What does which lead into? I've put no effort into this. Which leads into something which maybe has a before or after. Or maybe you add a T in anagram. Marsh, Mars. Okay, that's good. Gold. Istanbul is a symbol for. Right. Cherub, chair, cube, something. Mouse trap, water bed. Should investigate this madness. What plus zeros have we not used? We've used reverse, we've used Beijing, we've used Alexandria, we leave only anagram. Anagram. Don't love that. We need an anagram that comes from Hong Kong. Crab. Crab leads into who knows what. Table. Okay, those are nose. We're still trying to figure that out. Still trying to figure those out. Apartment. Lane. No idea. Monday. I do think we want before, after. Rio de Janeiro. Partner. Adam and Eve. Hera. Zeus. Cain and Abel. Abel leading into table. Maybe Zeus is wrong. Feels pretty strong. Partner of Elaine. Ali. Bowling. cool, so I mean... And then what did we want to do with Eve? Nothing? We're done? What are the plus ones we haven't used? Add E an anagram. To Eve? I hope not. Evie? No, that can't be add E an anagram. That'd be mad. Append letter. I like append letter quite a lot here. So ever or even could lead to odd. Ever, even, Eves, yeah, I think that's it. So even leading into odd, maybe odd goes to Paris, and it becomes add. And then add has another AKA, which is some. I don't know. Odd, id, dad, dud. Dad could be father. Father leads into Los Angeles. Remove first letter and anagram to get a body part. So this is our body. Heart. Now that is looking better. As much as top to tip to tap to faucet looked good, you know, this looks better. So we need heart. Going to the same place that crab goes to. Okay. Interesting. And one of these is going to go to Auckland, which is very exciting. The other goes to this, which is also exciting. In the meantime, we have father. We have something leading to nose, and that is Hessen. Enos. And this is going to be the name of someone who voiced a thing to come out of London. I liked owns, cones, bones, bones. Is Bones the name of a voice actor? Cones. Jones. There's got to be someone named Jones who voiced the thing. I think it's a question mark though. I think it's 2 question marks since I have no idea. Really hope I don't need this for the extraction. I think Bangkok I feel good enough about that I will X it out on my list of ones I've solved. And how do we feel about Rio de Janeiro? How do we feel about add a letter? I feel great about add a letter. And then Rio de Janeiro, partner, I said Zeus. Jupiter I have nothing confirmed for because Istanbul is a symbol for, I have no idea what is a symbol for Jupiter. Or if this connection is correct at all. And I have Hera coming out. Hera, Zeus, Eve, Adam. Adam, Eve feels very good. Very, very good. So I'm going to cross out Rio de Janeiro. What occurs at the end? Okay. So let's continue chasing that few leads we had. Heart. heart and crab lead into something that produces a 4-letter and a 6-letter word. Heart and crab. What is on top of it? What does middle letter stands for? Still have seen no initials. Instance that's green. Green crab, green heart, green eggs and ham. Heart is a symbol for love. Crab is a symbol for moving sideways. So if this is love, love would go to hate. Which we would add a T in anagram. Almost teeth, almost lathe. I don't think hate goes that way. I don't think you could get hate to work. Okay, so probably not Istanbul. Comes immediately before. Heart comes before. Crab could come before something if we're talking about zodiac signs. Heart could come before spades. Clubs, diamonds, hearts, spades. Spades would lead up here. No, you can't have Mumbai and DC feeding to each other because then you just get a loop. That'd be terrible. Okay. We are not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. That instance it's yellow. A yellow heart? What occurs at the end of a heart? Death? I don't know. Comes immediately after. Again, we have Mumbai and DC. I think is a symbol for looks good. Heart is a symbol for love. Love is the opposite of hate. Hate, I have to add a T in anagram into something that can have things before and after. Theta. Okay, now I like it. Hate. Love. Of course, we have used Istanbul elsewhere. Istanbul. Heart is a symbol for love. What is crab the symbol for? Oh, is the crab not the zodiac sign itself? Crab is a symbol for Cancer, right? And then Cancer as a zodiac has things before and after it. Theta, okay. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, theta, eta, zeta. So if we're going after, we need an eta. I don't see any threes. If we're going before, we need epsilon, E, P, S, I, so 7 letters, which has to be here. So what comes before theta is epsilon. What comes before Johnson is Kennedy. So I'm saying this is DC. What comes before Cancer as a zodiac sign? I do not know. Is it crab as a symbol for Cancer? Unsure. And then what comes before y is x. So we need to take in epsilon and something that has a t in it and produce x and something that has a star. What's on top of epsilon? What does the middle letter stand for? Still no initialisms. Instance, it's green. And we're going to reassess the other thing I marked Istanbul for. It's not Mumbai. Add E an anagram, no. Reverse letter. What occurs at the end? Epsilon to omega? None of these look good. What is on top of epsilon? What does the middle letter of epsilon stand for? What occurs at the end? Caboose occurs at the end of a train. What occurs at the end of an epsilon? Epsilon goes to x. Epsilon goes to 0. Epsilon goes to a limit. I don't like it. Theta, I kind of like. Theta, is it possible I have the order wrong? Zeta, eta, theta? And then after theta comes iota. Do you have a 4-letter coming out of Washington, D.C.? That's a 3-letter. No. Okay, now if I'm saying this is Washington, D.C., then we feed in theta and get epsilon. And we feed in Monday and we get Sunday. Wait, no, this is Z. Could this be alphabet? And then we drop a T. And we get a 7-letter word. And we anagram it. Elphaba is a green witch. Alphaba. Alphaba from Wizard of Oz. I'm really tempted to Google alphabet just so I have the spelling right, but let's not do that. Chicago, instance that's green. Mars, no. 6 comes from 7. 7 comes from Athens. Athens is brother? Yes, brother. So we need a brother. We remove the last letter. And we make a green one. Okay. What comes at the end of epsilon? Okay, and we said this was Tokyo. Or did I have this the wrong way around? No, I wanted z to go into y, so we go -1. Monday to go into Sunday, sure. So take the thing that's going in and you go one earlier. So theta eta zeta theta? No, that's not right. I think it has to be epsilon. End of epsilon is limit derivative. Okay, Hong Kong. The biggest star, name of its biggest star, Sunday. The sun. The sun. The sun. Well, it feels good to have which go somewhere. Okay. Yeah, Jupiter being the symbol of something was giving me problems. I think we want this not to be. Okay, so gold into something and tiger into something. Yeah, tiger's not a symbol of anything. And the result must include Jupiter. I'm going to cross out Chicago, for instance, as green. We have that already. What is on top of it? What is Jupiter on top of? Comes immediately before. Add E an anagram? Is it possible I miscounted the inputs and outputs? 4, 4, 5. 6, 7, 7. 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Let's add 2, but almost. Instance that's yellow. Comes immediately after. Jupiter is before Saturn. Which is 6 letters. I need an input to this that is 6 letters. No. Gold does have a position on the periodic table, but also it could be thought of as gold, silver, bronze. Gold comes before silver. So we need a 6-letter output. Into New York City, which we said is remove last letter, so silv. I don't love it. Also, notably, silver appeared in the examples. So presumably we'll just do after on the periodic table. I have no recollection whatsoever what element comes after gold on the periodic table. What comes after tiger? Ah, year of the tiger. But I don't know. So I'm leaning towards Mumbai a bit. Mumbai. And then Jupiter. Jupiter comes after Mars. I had the wrong order. Okay, this feels much better. So we have an element. And we have a Chinese year, which is going to be an animal, probably. Rat, horse, dragon, Dragon is 6 letters. Dragon, move, okay. The animal probably goes this way, and the element probably goes this way. There's an element that is the head of something, leader of something. Maybe a metaphorical leader. Element could be a leader of a column in the periodic table, but not if it's the element after gold. It's not like lead, is it? Gold and lead consecutive? I don't think so. That'd be 7 letters anyhow. There's an animal we can remove the last letter of. Can I think of all of the animals in the Chinese zodiac? Horse, dragon, sheep. I don't think sheep. Rat, tiger, snake, mongoose. Six, and then it has to -1 into 5. 5 here. 5. In this one we have not considered at all. And then it leads into Rio de Janeiro, which is partner. So then we probably want instance that's yellow. Banana. Is banana the partner of something? Don't know. Maybe we should return to Hong Kong. So we need the biggest star of Sunday. That is the only 6 coming out, right? There's a 7. That's a 3, right? Time. Maybe it's time to reconsider time. What its middle letter stands for. That feels promising. What is on top of it? No. Symbol for we've used already comes before. After we don't want to do that. Add E an anagram. Don't think so. Remove last letter, no. Instance is yellow, time is not yellow. What occurs at the end? I think I have Tokyo already. Comes immediately after. Okay, so I want this to be Amsterdam. Amsterdam. Which means I want this to be a 3-letter word or initialism that has T in the middle. And also is a thing that can come before and after other things. And I think return to Stender. Standing room only. TTL has time as what the first T stands for. Eastern Standard Time has time as the last letter. Veni Vidi Vici has no time in it at all. Don't love that. Osaka. We got more anagrams going, or more homophones going on. We have a 6-letter word that has a 6-letter word that homophones into this interesting thing that we want to make cherub out of. Okay, what's making cherub? What is on top of it? Symbol remove less. So this is a +0, so it could be reverse. Doesn't seem likely. And we had anagram, right? That's a 6-letter homophone that has an anagram that is an anagram of cherub. Bruche. That's not a word, right? What if it's not anagram? On top of symbol, remove last letter. Anagram, remove first letter. Instance that's yellow, no. What occurs at the end, no. Comes immediately after. This feels likely to be anagram. It's not. We've used a reverse already, right? Where is Moscow gone? How secure are we in Moscow? I like Life's Evil quite strongly. Sure. We've used Beijing, that's very strong. We've used Alexandria, that's also very strong. So I think I'm going to go ahead and say this is Riyadh, which is anagram. So this is an anagram of cherub. It's an anagram of cherub that has a homophone. I don't see any anagrams of cherub, at least the way I spelled it. I'm really hoping cherub isn't something like that. BH, could that be a Rubeck? Surely the CH phoneme stays together. I don't know what else you're doing. Crewhab. I just see like tuber. Chubbier, but with a few letters missing. Bekra. Heckrub? Hukrab? Bukra? Rebook? Rechub? Book? Booker? Boucher? Ushaber? Maybe cherub is wrong. Shared. Chairs. I mean, there's no way you go from chairs to chair using Cairo. Mouse could lead into here, not well though. So mouse has to lead into here, which for New York City doesn't work with cube. Chair, I mean, okay, we're going to leave cherub behind. It's probably wrong. Which means we have to solve it via Washington, D.C. somewhere. This is add a letter, right? Athens is brother. Indiana Jones. Drop a letter, make it yellow. find a brother. Bottom to Auckland. Where does top go? And we still have a 5-letter word coming out. And flat coming in. So we wanted this to be rough or something of the nature. Okay, what are the -1s? We've used Los Angeles, Madrid, New York City. Could be 2. Reverse to make ought, which is a thing that has to be voiced. I don't think so. Remove first letter, op. Reverse to make po. Doesn't sound promising. Or it is not actually a -1 at all. Top and rough. Top and bumpy. Feed into what is on top of it? Don't think so. Is a symbol for, comes immediately after. Add E and anagram? No, we need -1. Instance that's yellow. A yellow top. A yellow bumpy. So the end comes immediately after. What are the -1s? We say this is Cairo. I don't love it. Los Angeles. Madrid. Pretty solid. New York City. Could be. Could be. That's 6. It's all of them, right? We have New York City and Rome outstanding. I feel like this has to be Rome. But that makes top go to op, go to po. Is po a character? Po might be a character in some animated movie about a panda? Maybe. I kind of like this as Rome. And I don't know if this works, but that's possible. Okay, now bumpy, remove first letter to make umpy. Umpy has a brother. I don't think so. Rough, uff. What was the other one I suggested? Opposite of flat is rough. Is textured. Is bumpy. Is curved. Is bumpy, rough. Tilted. Slant. Angled. If it's not flat, it's round. Don't know how that zoomed out. And then we have ound. Wow, these are terrible words. I mean, what's the alternative? Find a yellow round? What comes at the end of round? Urideal. Comes before or after round. We have no lead on add E and anagram. Ound. Does ound have a brother? No. Does ound append a letter? Surely not. This can't be ound. Can't be round. What else is not flat? What is the opposite of flat? Kansas. Not exactly. Mountain. Hilly? Illy? I mean, it beats round. And then illy, you add a letter to it. Not good. Hilly, it's not, that can't be right. Illy, everything else here is very clean. It's not something weird like illy or op. Like op is not a thing. Op is not a thing. This is, can't be wrong. Can't be wrong because odd goes here because we have dad, because we have father leading into heart. Heart leading into love, leading into hate, leading into theta, leading into epsilon, leading into Athens. We have all these brothers we have to find. Okay, but op is so bad. It is a word, I think. We were asking where is Nairobi? Nairobi is a +1. We don't want it to be, +1 is add E an anagram. We don't want it to be here to make even. Out of Nev. Jakarta, we already have able leading into table. Could be here. Here's still a -1 waiting in the wings. This could be removed first letter. There are 3 cities that always add a 1. And here we have 1, 2, 3, and there should be a 4th, right? 4. Amsterdam. What its middle letter stands for. We're not very confident in that. It could be add E an anagram. Mit, impt, TMI? TMI? Does that come before or after something? Comes after TGIF? I don't know. TMI, impt, item, TMI tem. I think that we can draw this one being Niobe. Jakarta we like. A pinned letter we like. Here and here, one of these is Nairobi. So, I think this is Nairobi. I think I spelled Nairobi correctly. Whew. So, New York City, remove last letters. We take something to remove a letter, then we put the E back on, and we anagram. And we get something that feeds into Rio de Janeiro, which has a partner. Well, that's not going to go well. That partner is probably Lane or something. Still cannot imagine in what way Lane has the partner of anything. Gold into Mumbai. We need an element that comes after gold. It's probably 7 letters. It's probably the head of something. Platinum. I do wonder at what point I should just start looking up like element after gold. It feels like this should be solvable without such measures. By me, even. Certainly by other people. We've been sitting on this and we've just not even thought about it. We need something that has water before it. And then this 4 comes out. Yeah, okay. I think we just haven't thought about these at all. Where does this 6 come from? Hong Kong. It's a star. The sun. I want that. I want the sun to be the star of Sunday. It'd be so stupid. But I'm not going to find like a TV show called Sunday and know its biggest star. Name of its biggest star. And yeah. And the name is really kind of Soul. Maybe? It's debatable. Okay. What could this be? This could be instance that's yellow. Instance of the sun that's yellow. Well, the sun is already pretty yellow. Fruit leading into banana. Leading into Mexico City. Banana is the leader of nothing. I feel like there's 3 things that are yellow is unlikely. Plus 0, are there any that we haven't used? This is probably anagram. No, I just put Riyadh somewhere else, right? Here. I said this was anagram. I think it's not because cherub does not anagram. But I said that because I couldn't find any other possible way you could get cherub. Is cherub a thing on top of a thing? No. Is cherub yellow? No. Is cherub before and after something? No. I'm increasingly fearing it's probably just not cherub. And this is probably not Riyadh. And this is probably Riyadh. And this is probably Rome. Four letters. Remove a sound to get cube from a 4-letter word. I think cubed, cubes, cubic, cubi, Cuba, Cuba. Now I feel good about this. Was the leader of Cuba. Is that going to be Castro? This is testing me in ways I was not expecting. Okay, I'm feeling much better about this. I'm feeling good enough. I already crossed out Cairo. Oops. Probably just not cherub. Okay. Castro. I want this to be anagram. Coast. Astro. What could possibly give Castro as an answer? Middle letter stands for no. On top of it, no. Symbol. Can we after add e and anagram? Remove the last letter. Anagram. instance that's yellow, occurs at the end, comes before or after. I think this has just gotta be Riyadh. But then what's the anagram for Castro? I'm not seeing. Roast cat. Tacos. Actors. Actors. I think that's it. Actors can come from Athens, brother, don't think so. Or from wherever this arrow comes from, Hong Kong. Actors is the biggest star of what? Could actors be the brother of something? Is there another anagram besides actors? Is there an anagram that's just someone's name that I don't know? Astrocat. If the S is at the end, it just looks like actor. Tokar, Torak, Kator, Skator, Skarat. I think it's actors. I think actors is the biggest star of Hollywood, which comes at the end of epsilon. Epsilon alphabet is Greek. I think epsilon is correct. Are there other dotted? What was the extraction? To figure out what you've created after all the cities are in place, look at the 15 cities with colored backgrounds and arrows pointing to the 3 cities with dashed borders. Right, love, even, flat, black, bottom. Okay, that's a bit much. Where's the other dashed border? Beijing, Pecan, and Hera. Pecan, Hera. Hera, Pecan. Pecan, Hera. It said arrows leading into them, right? Look at the 15. Oh, the arrows leading into the colored backgrounds. You probably do the transformation on the 3 dash cities to something you get from the cities with colored backgrounds, which I don't think I've finished any of them, except for Osaka. Well, not even that one. Alexandria we have finished. Why white? We finished this one. This one, but we don't know what it is. This can't be Rome. But what do you do to top and hilly? Remove the last sound. Ta and hill. And then for hill, you append a letter, make hills. Doesn't seem right. Top and hilly. Remove first letter, instance that's yellow. Add E and anagram. Comes immediately before. How confident am I in Istanbul? I like heart for love, leading to hate, leading to theta, leading to epsilon, leading to nonsense. Cancer, not a fan. More ways than one. What comes before Cancer and the zodiac? Capricorn? C-A-P-R... it's 9 letters, right? Capricorn. No 9 letters coming out. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna test how well I know the zodiac. Libra, Leo, Cancer, Gemini, Capricorn. Is Aries the ram, right? Aries? Wow, I found 6 of the 12. Gemini, Libra, the scales, the January. What's January? Janus. Doors? No. The bull. No, is that the same as the ram? Bull. Taurus? Taurus. 7. Taurus. It's a water one, right? Aquarius? Is Aquarius 8 letters? Yes. So maybe that would make this Aquarius. And then I need another one going out. There's a 3-letter one that has a T in the middle? I don't think so. A 6-letter word, 6-letter one that has a homophone. Very possible. Epsilon we got from theta. Monday is going to Sunday. This 5-letter one has to be going to the 3-letter one. So I think that makes this one Aquarius. I mean, I'm judging from 8 of the 12 zodiac symbols I can remember. Then we need another 6-letter one coming out. Libra, Gemini. Gemini has no... but Taurus has a homophone. Has a 5-letter homophone. Not a 6-letter homophone. Right. Where does right go? Right. Taurus. Taurus does not have an opposite. We need right and left to go to lift. Right comes from right. Comes from white. Comes from black. Comes from a voice actor of someone. The brother of someone. Nose. Nose comes from Jones. Probably. Well, there's still 4 other zodiac signs I can't remember. Assuming I'm right to think there's 12. The Archer? Is there one with a bow and arrow? Okay, Sagittarius. Sagittarius. That looks like 11-ish letters. That's definitely not here. Sagittarius. What's archer in Latin? Aries the ram, Taurus the bull, Draco the dragon? I don't think so. Doesn't sound right at all. Libra scales, Aquarius water, Leo the lion, Cancer the crab, Gemini the twins, extremely tempted to look up signs of the zodiac. I really want this to be Taurus, homophone Taurus. Gemini has no homophone. And none of the others are 6 letters except for Cancer itself. Is it fair to say crab is the symbol of Cancer? Maybe. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 more signs I'm not getting. Capricorn. I don't know what Capricorn is. Is that the archer? Is there an archer? Because Orion is one of the constellations, but I don't think Orion is in the zodiac. Is there a mirror zodiac? No. Is there more animals? Mouse, horse, equus. It's not 6 letters anyhow, and I don't think that is a zodiac sign. Okay, we're going to stop chasing this, as much as I believe that this is Aquarius. And this is a zodiac sign. And this is something that comes before a 5-letter word that is a green, one of these 6-letter words, which is what happens you take 1 letter away from this, who is the brother of who knows what. Okay, back to see all the cities. There's so many arrows here, we're not using any of them. Rio de Janeiro, partner. 3 letters, names that have a partner. Adam and Eve, Zeus and Hera. Lane. Lane and... Wait, what? Oh, 4 letters coming out. There must be a person named Lane. Don't know. Coming from this, from Nairobi, which is add E an anagram. From this, which is subtract 1 letter, and that is coming from you, from Mumbai. Mumbai comes immediately before, so the thing after. Gold or tiger. really don't want to be looking up things like what is the element after gold, but it would certainly smooth things out quite a lot. What was the Athens was? Brother. And the voice actors I'm just never going to get. Riyadh. Castro, actors. Actors is the leading star of... Guess what? Maybe I am simply stuck. I have some errors. This all the bottom. The bottom feels so good. How confident am I in my city assignments? I don't have an assignment here. I've literally assigned everything else. This I said is Rome, but I don't believe it. I have 2 cities assigned to Riyadh. Okay. So our uncertainties are Ankara. What is on top of it? Riyadh, which I found convenient to put in 2 places. Singapore, instance that's yellow, and Rome, remove first letter. Everything else I put in a place that I feel pretty good about. I have Mumbai. Where do I have Mumbai? Oh, it's up here, right? I don't love it, but I mostly have it for March to Mars to Jupiter to Zeus. I don't really like New York City here. If this were not New York City, the March to Mars is too good. And it is a -1. So the alternative is Rome, which is Arsh, which is not good. Okay, so I think we can feel good about that. And then, of course, Nairobi is uncertain, but I think none of these others are +1, right? Amps, it could be amps. Like, no, you don't get the time out of Nairobi. That's ridiculous. And Eve to even. Okay. So I do think I'm really down to those 4. Ankara. What is on top of it? What is on top of a top that is 4 letters? What is on top of hilly that is 2 letters? I think so. Ankara. It's a cherub on top of something. It's probably just not cherub. It's cherish. Too long. Besides, there's more. Is cherub even a thing? Is cherubim is a thing, right? Not cherub. Charity. Rent. Cheer up. Cheer up. Chairnet. Chairs. Chart. I think this just isn't cherub. Cube, Cuba. Yes, this feels very good. Mouse. Castro. 6 letters. It's the only Castro. Okay, so we have a 7-letter coming out of Mumbai, leader of a 5-letter, possibly anagram, possibly instance that's yellow, banana. Maybe instance that's yellow could be here. Could be here. Banana. Actors are the biggest star in what? Sunday. But this has to be Castro. And if this is Castro, this has to be Riyadh. 7 letters. Yeah, now I'm just limited by, like, I don't know what comes after gold. I mean, there's 100-some elements. I do not have the Elements song by Tom Lehrer memorized. There's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and nitrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and rhenium, and gold, actinium, and yeah, okay. Actinium. It's going to be a common element. They want to be cruel. I think I'm going to accept that now that I've been working on this puzzle for, is it 2 hours? Almost 3 hours. It is time for me to look up the periodic table. After gold comes Mercury. And Mercury is 7 letters. What is Mercury? And we said it goes to Mexico City? Mercury was the leader of what? Mercury, the Greek or Roman god, was a messenger of the gods, not the leader of anyone. Mercury was, of course, quick with the winged boots, which is related to Mercury being quicksilver, so called because it's liquid, and quick means alive. So living metal was quicksilver, which is Mercury, which is the god of haste. Well, I can't imagine that Mercury was the leader of. Mercury. Metal. Mercury, some alchemical thing. Mercury, okay. Well, next up is to check if I have spelled cherub correctly. Yeah, cherub, I think, is a synonym for cherubim. Yeah, okay. I think cherub is just the wrong way to go down. And now, year of the tiger. So the Chinese zodiac has rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Oh, I missed most of those. I think the only ones I remembered were rat, tiger, dragon, horse, and did I say snake? Okay, and now we're saying we want the one after tiger is rabbit. Which makes rabbi. Now that is looking good. That's the only 5-letter coming out. Now, if this is truly Nairobi, then it is add E an anagram. If it is what is on top of a rabbi, I don't know what they want from me. It's not anagram, it's not remove first letter, and it's surely not a yellow rabbi. So Nairobi looks promising. What do you add an E to rabbi and anagram? Add an E to rabbi and anagram. Abir. And Rio de Janeiro is partner, because this is going to be a name or something. Bear rib. By bear. I feel like you want to maintain the double B's, right? Because a 6-letter word with 2 B's, what are you doing with it? But the double B becomes pretty restrictive. It's got to be in the middle. And then what do you have? Ribaya? Ebiar? Abier? Aber? Yeah, maybe it's not a double B. Bra-ebi. Bar. Bobier. Babier. Babier? Babier? Barber. Barbie. Barbie. Nairobi is add E and anagram. And this is, 6 letters. Babier. Barbie. Beb. Be rib. I fear we've hit another dead end. Okay, what were the other things I wanted to look up? I guess I did want to look up voice actors, because this is absolutely hopeless for me to do without looking up. Okay, Poe. I'm going to Google Poe and see what we find. Kung Fu Panda. Okay. Kung Fu Panda. Master Ping Po is the title character and protagonist. Is voiced by Jack Black. All right. I still don't accept op really as a word, but Yeah. Okay, now Jones is the voice actor for someone. Voice actor Jones. Darth Vader and Mufasa, yeah, was James Earl Jones. Okay, Vader or Mufasa? Mufasa. What is Athens again? Athens was brother. Vader had a brother, but Vader... Did Vader have a brother? Also, Vader's not 6 letters. So this, I think we want to be Mufasa. Who was Mufasa's brother Scar? Here, remove a letter from scary. We'll come back to that. Okay, I think Mufasa. What are the characters in Lion King? Scar was the uncle, and then Mufasa was the father of the main character, whose name is escaping me. There was Timba. I think Mufasa's the father. Okay, we're gonna go with Mufasa and Scar. And then this has to be Scar something. Scarf. Scary. Scarp. Scare. I think that's all the possibilities. Now Sydney, once again, was 5-letter word that could be prepended. So this word, presumably, since we are using trap, or it could be this one, I guess. It would be a word that comes after scare, scarecrow. So we have scarecrow, and then some water something. So many things can come after water, and yet I can think of none of them. Crow, we lose a letter from here. And this we were saying is Rihad or not Riyadh. If it's not Riyadh, it's instance that's yellow. Crown? Or what is on top of it? Crown could be on top of a head. Crown is the top of a head. Crown could be on top of a skull. Crown could be a yellow diadem. Crown. This is crowd. Crows. Okay. Do we have... Wait, hang on. What are we doing here? We have... okay, the 7-letter word we're missing from Athens, which is brother again. Okay. But we're doing better. Crown. So I think this is instance that's yellow, but Cherub. Is cherub a... Yeah, no, it's gotta be on top of. What is cherubs on top of? The food chain? On top of Renaissance paintings? On top of the Sistine Chapel? That is not crazy. Is Sistine is 7 letters. Cherub. Cherish. I like cherish so much more, but it's 7 letters. Charity. Cherry. Cherry. How many letters is this? 6? Oh no, but C-H-E-R-A, that is 6 letters. Cherry, chair. Okay, cherry is not a yellow anything, but cherry is on top of things. So I think this is Ankara. Cherry goes on top of a sundae, and a sundae is a homophone of a sundae, which I don't know how I missed that there are 2 6-letter outs for that. That's very important. That means Osaka is finished. A crown goes on top of a head, a skull. Mercury has to be the leader of something that a crown goes on top of. What was Ankara again? What is on top of it? So crown is on top of something which, going to Mexico City, Mercury was the leader of. Maybe Mercury, the car company? That's ridiculous. Mercury was the leader of cars, the automated industry. Crown is on top of head, skull, queen. Mercury, the leader of queen? Mercury was the leader of queen. Wow. That I did not see coming at all. And we got that from crown, which we got from crow, which we got from scare, which we got from scar, which we got from Mufasa, which we got from looking up Jones, and therefore I'm very grateful I looked up Jones. One little look up and we unlocked a great deal of the puzzle. Now again, we have a 5-letter word that comes after water. And I think we've confirmed at this point this is in New York City. So the only things we have left. Have we used Riyadh? No, this is Ankara. So this is Riyadh. That means that is actors. Or a name. Oh no, this could be actors. Right, but I said brother of. Is actors the brother of someone? Okay. Actors. So this is Riyadh, and that leaves this to be. No, I said these 2. One of them is Rome. I've confirmed this to be Rome because I have top to op to po to black. And that leaves this to be Singapore. And Singapore should take a thing and make a yellow thing. I really wanted it to be fruit to banana, but it is not. Take a thing that is an anagram of a brother. So take a brother, anagram it, take a yellow example of that, anagram again, and then prepend water. So I think we have to go backwards from water, or two brothers we are missing going in. One is an actor, hopeless. One is a letter on top of Ili, or a partner of baby air. I don't want to be looking up like anagrams of baby air, because that feels extremely cheaty. Barbie. Oh, it's just Barbie has an E in it. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Barbie, so this is Ken. Ken, add a letter. Kent. So I don't think I want to go here to here. Kent Lane? I don't know. Because then that leaves this to this. But, oh no, Ken, no, we do have to do this. So this is Ken something, and it's going to be a something that is a partner of Lane. I'm going to Google Kent and Lane and see if there's just something I'm missing. Kent Lane is the name of an actor, but Rio de Janeiro is partner. Clark Kent. Okay, hang on. Clark Kent is Superman, who is the partner of. Come on. This is starting to sound familiar to me. I'm looking at the Wikipedia entry for Clark Kent. Man. Lewis Lane. All right, there we go. Okay, so we do have Kent and Lane. Pop culture was going to be the end of me. There's a reason why in trivia teams I never do the pop culture. So this 5 is a letter added to the end of illy, from hilly, from opposite of flat. Flat, rough, uff. Oh, that's so bad though. Rough. Round, ound. Hilly, bumpy, umpy, maybe umpy, but then add a letter to umpy. Flat. Curve, no. Flat. How many more synonyms am I missing? Rough, hilly, tough. I mean, it doesn't matter what letter you start with, it's still. Woody, woody, flat. Flat and hilly feels like the best pair, and illy is almost acceptable as a word, but it really isn't. Flat. I'm sure there's an extremely obvious answer here. Maybe C something. Craggy. Mountainous. Textured. Okay, I'm not sure I'm getting it from this angle. So do this, add a letter, we get a brother who is either 6 or 7 letters and is either anagrammed, or you lose a letter. To make a thing, we should make green, and then you look at who comes before it. Possibly twice. To get a 5-letter, or 3-letter, initialism, which then leads into Amsterdam making time. Yeah, this is a little bit of trouble, which is unlike a crossword, I don't have um, two independent ways of accessing each clue. Ultimately, all these clues form lines which are unchecked. So, you know, I start from uh, flat, and then I continue through a chain, and once I lose one element of the chain, I have to solve the chain either from the beginning or from the end, or if both of those fail me, the only possibility is to jump into the middle somewhere and try to think what is a 6-letter thing that has a green 5-letter thing as an instance of. Now there was the example given of Kermit is a green Muppet, which I keep thinking about over and over again, but Kermit is not 5 letters, and also it's the given example. What is a green 5-letter thing? Apple can be a green fruit. Fruit is 5 letters also. Apples aren't usually green anyhow. Good ones, at least. And 6 letters from 7. Just lose a letter. That's not getting us any information. 5 letters. The 5-letter thing that is green has to be part of a series. A series like Greek letters or signs of the zodiac or days of the week or months of the year or years in the Chinese zodiac or planets or so many ordered things, and I can only think of the ones that I see on the board. Right, I think we were going to look up, I'm now going to Google zodiac signs to see what I was missing. Pisces. Oh. Okay, well, first off, on my written notes that mercifully you can't see, I misspelled Aries. Okay. So Aries the ram, Taurus the bull, Gemini the twins, Cancer the crab, excuse me, Leo the lion, Virgo the virgin, Libra the scales, Scorpio the scorpion, Sagittarius is the archer, Capricorn is the goat. We have a goat and a ram and a bull. Seems a bit redundant. Aquarius the water bearer and Pisces the fish. I honestly think I did pretty well, missing only Pisces, Scorpio, and Virgo. Okay, now we want the thing before it. So the thing before Cancer is Gemini the twins. Oops. Gemini must go there. So this 5-letter thing is preceded by an 8-letter thing, which is preceded by a 3-letter thing. Challenging. Now we want the most prominent star in Gemini. I assume this means Gemini the constellation, and not some TV show called Gemini. And Wikipedia helpfully points out that Mercury is the ruler of Gemini. So in a sense we had Mercury was not just the head of Queen, but also of Gemini. Okay. Well, while I'm here, Gemini. Gemini is represented by the twins, Castor and Pollux. So I'm assuming Castor is the biggest sign. constellation Gemini. Symbolism. Brightest star is Pollux. The second brightest is Castor. Castor is a sextuple star system, 52 light years from Earth, which appears as a magnitude 1.6. So Castor isn't even one star. Pollux is an orange-hued giant star of magnitude 1.14. It is 34 light years from Earth. Okay. This Wikipedia article does not quite helpfully answer the question of which of those two is bigger, right? Because the exact phrasing was name of its biggest star. Castor is two solar radii in radius and 2.4 solar masses. Pollux is 9 solar radii but 1.9 solar masses. So okay, so Pollux is bigger, but Castor is more massive. And I suspect to make the puzzle work, it has to be Castor. As much as I'd like this to be Pollux. Oh. Well, it could be. Are Pollux and Castor brothers? I mean, this is way more twin half brothers. Okay. This is way more knowledge based than I was expecting. I was thinking it would mostly be a word puzzle, but this is a lot of, you have to know, like, Pollux is bigger than Castor and are brothers and are in Gemini, which is the zodiac sign before Cancer. All right. Nonetheless, so we still have a biggest star in a 9-letter object that is found at the end of epsilon. While we're Googling it, I'm going to verify I have my Greek alphabet correct, because this will be embarrassing. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta. Eta is before theta. This is not epsilon at all. Well, okay, that was atrocious. I didn't notice there was a 3-letter word here. Eta, and then estimated time of arrival is time. Okay. So now we have a 5-letter word, E leading to 8-letter word, leading to 7-letter word, leading to 9-letter word, all very long words. The 5-letter word is green. Before it is something that is 8 letters. Before that is something that's 7 letters. 7 letters has at the end of it a 9-letter thing that has a biggest star that can be anagrammed to make a thing that has a 5-letter yellow thing that can be anagrammed to a thing that can come after the word water. I think that we'll finish the grid. Well, okay, there's still this. The 6 from the 7 from the 5 from the illy, from the hilly, from the flat. All right. I think we have to work from... This is the only spot I can think of that I have a chance of getting. A 9-letter thing that occurs at the end of a 7-letter thing, which is part of a sequence 2 before a green thing. And the 9-letter thing has a biggest star. What can have the biggest star? It's not a show, because they seem to like to do punny stuff. Name of its biggest star. Biggest star. Star like the typographical symbol. Star has many meanings. Let me just satisfy myself. I really wanted to know if I spelled alphabet correctly. Alphabet. Yes, that is the correct spelling of alphabet. A green wedge. Alphabet. Alphabet. Z is at the end. Y comes before Z. Y is a homophone of that. Rye replaces the H with an R. And that goes to rhyme. Alright. Lovely. Mondays are preceded by Sundays, which is a homophone of Sunday, which has a cherry on top, which then starts with chair. Marsh. Mars. I'm going to wish the really long ones I saved early colors for, aren't I? Which comes before Jupiter, who is aka to Zeus, who is the partner of Hera. Hera, which is 4 before live, which is evil reversed, which has the same consonants as viola. Apartment is aka as flat, which is the opposite of something, something, which you can add a letter to get something, who is the brother of something, which you can subtract a letter of to get something, which has a green something. Man, this is the chain that keeps on going. What comes after water? I really can't think of a 5-letter word that comes after water. Water touch, water fountain, water place. I liked water park, that's not correct. Water bed, water museum, water everywhere. Not a drop to drink. Water glass. Water. Just can't think of it. Something obvious, I'm sure. Gold. I did not know Mercury comes after gold. Put crown on a queen. Crown, subtract 1 is crow, which you can scare. Minus the letter is scar, who is the brother of Mufasa. Okay, this is really bothering me. Who is Mufasa's son called? Simba. Ah, jeez. Mufasa was voiced by Jones, from which you get a nose. Gold. Trap. Mouse. Yeah, okay. Mao is the leader of China, which makes Cain, if you drop H. Cain is the brother of Abel, which leads to table. Drama to Adam. And Eve. To even. To odd. To dad. To father. To heart. To lose a letter in anagram? No, heart is a symbol of love. Love is opposite of hate. Hate gives you theta. That was tricky. And shouldn't have been tricky, I was just slow. Theta to eta to time. To time. Very first link I ever found. Oh, I went too far. And I think it's, speaking of time, let's just clean up some of these notations that are clearly obsolete because we have figured this out, mostly. And I think, yeah, well, these still deserve question marks. Okay, so we did time from drama. Now we just have, wow, we still have so many. So after pink comes shocking green. Tiger, rabbit. To Barbie, which was an embarrassing failure. I kept thinking Barbie didn't have a final E, like Bambi, but such as it is. Kent to Lane. Now bottom. What? Did I? Oh, there's black as left over, right? Yeah, okay. So, peach. Bottom to top. To up. To black, the voice actor of Poe. To white. That was what got me Alexandria, roughly speaking. To right. No, it was Rye that got me Alexandria, but this confirmed it. To right. This has been a marathon. To left. To left. And the last chain is in black. which goes from Crab to Cancer to Gemini to Pollux to Castor to Castro to Cuba to Cube. So I think at this point I want to try extracting and accept the fact I don't have all the orange answers, since I feel like I'm not going to get all the orange answers. So let's just pair up the starting and ending points to see if there's some information there. Which goes to Rye. Monday goes to Chair. Okay. Marsh goes to Viola. Apartment goes to Water. Gold goes to Nose. Yeah, I'm thinking this is not productive. Trap goes to Table. Yeah, okay, whatever. Extraction time. To figure out what you created after all the cities in place, we first look at the 15 cities with color backgrounds and arrows pointing to them. Now they're going to come in 3 colors. I think we're going to do the... Oh, that's 3 of them. We're going to do these 3 first. Jamin has Eve, Can, and Unknown pointing at it. Maybe the number of letters pointing at it indexes into it. So we get an A. Feels likely. N. Are we going to get a D? No. S. A-N-S. Answer. San. Ass. Is there something else we can do with arrows pointing into it? We have... It didn't say the words on the arrows. Queen and Sunday. Both of which have an N. Ken and Eve and whatever would have an E, I imagine. Okay. So we see A and S, maybe. Let's do orange. We have 4 arrows pointing to Y. 3 arrows, Y-I. 4 arrows, it's an E. I regret, I'm going to be writing this down. How about we capitalize the corresponding letter? So I'm going to index based on the number of arrows that point into the thing. If it is this simple, we could have solved this much earlier. But I suspect this is not right. My God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just, no reason to do any particular order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. We did that one, did that one. One, 2, 3. Okay. The blues. Oh, that's a K. No. What am I doing? 2 arrows. The blues give us A and S in no particular order. The teals give us N N-D-Y-K-L. Okay, this probably isn't right. Oh, and then, did I miss one over here? No. N-N-D-Y-K-L. And the oranges give us I-Y-E A-O-A, which is like all the vowels. Let's try reading left to right. A-N-K-D-N-L-Y A-N-K-Ankdnla-E A-E-O-A. And let's try reading top to bottom. In N-N-N-D-Y. Okay. So we may have a soup of letters with no particular order. That seems bad. Okay, so it says arrows leading into them. Maybe in the order of the paths the packages take. The packages are traveling from city to city. After all the cities are in place, doesn't say anything about the packages. Look at the 15 cities with colored backgrounds and the arrows pointing to them. The arrows, not the words on the arrows. Cairo has Cuba, mouse, and cherry pointing into them. Or is there a unique path that passes through all things of the same color? So orange passes through this, but not Ankara. There's a reason in Mystery Hunt I always struggled with extraction. Is there a reason? But it's true. It continues to be true. Well, let's look at the 3 dashed cities again. Beijing is shift every letter 4 spots forward in the alphabet. Well, that could take nonsense and produce something workable. But I think every step should be a word. Tokyo. What occurs at the end? And Auckland, which is opposite. Yeah, so there's nothing about having to figure out the word and the route. We've known most of these cities for a long time. So we probably should have started extraction earlier when I had greater reserves of mental energy. Adam, Barbie, Zeus, Kent. But everything pointing into Athens, for example, is going to be a character who has a brother. So it can't be some semantic thing. It could be a lexical thing. Take them in alphabetical order, look at first letters. No. like, what do you do with Zeus? I feel like it can only be the number of arrows. But we tried that and it didn't work. Or it didn't appear to work. Rabbi shares quite a few letters with Nairobi. It's missing an N and an O. And arguably one of the I's. Tokyo has very few letters. Well, that's not a kilogram. Amsterdam, ETA. Doesn't have any vowels left over unless you count one of the A's. Erdam and NS. Can't make a word out of that. Osaka. We have Sunday coming in. We have Rai coming in. We've not used the city names in any way, so it feels like it should be used in the extraction. But I don't see what to do other than index into the name. Could be by the length of the chain that has gotten this far. I feel like they're doing something crazy like that. They have to hint it. I have found that the key for extractions is persistence. And I've also found that persistence does not always work. So there is the competing desire to give up. Cairo, cherry, Cuba mouse. What can you do besides index into it? Look at the arrows. Are the arrows pointing at specific letters? Hardly. Like, is this pointing at the R? Maybe. Like, where is this pointing? K, A? Impossible to say. Queen and Sunday. Doesn't say the words though, it's just the arrows. One, two, three, four. Okay, well I have a pile of letters. What can I do with it? ANSNNDYKLIYEAOA. It is a pretty good pile of letters in terms of overall distribution of vowels and consonants and common letters, but I mean it's a little A and N heavy, and 2 Y's is a little rough. Okay, what are these 3 transformations again? Thing at the end, opposite, add 4 letters. I'm inclined to start with add 4 letters just to get out of these Nonsense letters. What happens if you go to Y and you add for Z, A, B, C? Is better. Okay. A and S becomes E. N becomes O, P, Q, R, R. S becomes T, U, V, W. Well, that's not good. R, R, D becomes E, F, G, H. Y becomes C. K becomes L, M, and O. L becomes P. I becomes J, K, L, M. Y as before becomes C. E becomes F, G, I as expected. A becomes E. O becomes P, Q, R, S. Pretty good. Okay, I think these are even better letters. We have E, R, W, R, R, H, C, O, P, M, C, I, E, S, E. They don't make words, though, which is a lethal weakness of this approach. Because the next step is either to take the opposite or to take the thing that is at the end of the thing, and you can do neither of those if you don't have words. Really cannot imagine what to do with these colored boxes. Surely the colors mean you take them in 3 groups. And I would assume you do one transformation to each group. So one of them you advance 4 letters, one of them you take opposite, and one you take the thing at the end of. And that'll give you a 3-word phrase, and that is the answer. Something the something. Could try to back solve it from thematic clues. Just guess what sort of 3-word phrase with the in the middle and 6 pattern that matches this theme of package distribution and transformation. It seems pretty desperate. Gemini before Cancer, Pollux, Castor. I don't think you could reasonably expect someone to know that Pollux is larger than Castor without actually looking it up. So it feels like parts of this puzzle are designed on the assumption that you do look things up. Sadly, it does not help you with the extraction. Especially since Pollux is a smaller mass. It's just bigger radius. Water. Opposite of flat. Hilly. Tilted. Slant. Slant to lant? No. Angle to angle. Unlevel. Inclined. Sloped. Slope to lope. At least that looks like a word. Lope, and then you add a letter to make a brother. Lopez. Flat. Is that really the only meaning of flat that can have an opposite? It does feel like the strongest meaning of flat to have an opposite. Flat. Level. Even. Uneven. Smooth. Unsmooth. Rabbi to Nairobi. Very similar letters, but that has to be coincidence, right? What do we have into New York City? Marsh, rabbit, unknown, and scare. And scare has 3 letters in common. Can't be used the letters. It's just ridiculous. Also, I missed one. This Y is supposed to be an O. It's a problem I've had with extraction in the past. What is 4 letters after O? P, Q, R, S. Okay. Still not getting words. N-N-D-O-K-L. Oh. It looks a little bit like London. Where do we get the K from in the orange group? Was I not in the orange group? I was mixing up the 2 groups. So that Y becomes an O, that Y remains. Which means that thing stays a C and that thing becomes an S. So the orange group gives me 6 vowels. The green group gives me 6 consonants. And the blue group says A and S, which I take to mean answer. Oh. Now if I add 4 letters to A and S, I get ERW, and altogether they anagram to answer. That just has to be a coincidence. Anyhow, my 6 consonants in the blue group are N, N, can't read my own handwriting. I said D, right? D, Y, K, L. 6 vowels we have in the orange group are I said blue group, so teal group gives me those 6 consonants. Orange group gives me why orange, why teal, why blue. Teal, orange is between yellow and red. Teal is making me think CMYK. Well, it's just more cyan. Okay. The orange group has I, O, E, A, O, A. Can't be a coincidence. I have 6 consonants and 6 vowels. Now I notice I have all the letters I need to make London. If I take the letters that I have left over, I have Y, K, I, E, A, A. Now Y, K, I, E, A, A is not making anything. I don't think. But if I want to take the letters to make London, how do I do it? I have to start with the L. Where did we get the L? I think that was down here somewhere. Not Auckland. L is in the teal group. Alexandria. L. Then we need to get to an O. There's two O's to choose from. There's up there. We'll take the closer one because why not? L-O. Now we need an N. We have two N's to choose from outside of the blue group. Here and here. Okay. Then we get the D. Then we need the other O, and then we need the other N. So N-D-O-N. Preceded by L-O. This feels extremely unlikely to be the correct direction. So if so, is it just a coincidence that when I have done this attempt at extraction, these 6 oranges gave me vowels, and the 6 teals gave me consonants, with the exception of a Y. I would like to finish the arrows for the orange line. Don't see what to do. Water. Comes after water. That is 5 letters long. Water torch. Water couch. Water hotel. I'm thinking ice hotel, but you know. Water craft. Could craft have an anagram? Factor. Could craft have an anagram that is yellow? Act. Fract. That's all I see. So watercraft is probably not right. Water fridge. Water pitcher. Water glass. Water table. We already have table in the puzzle, so it's probably not repeated. And anagrams of table are hard to find. I just see blate for bowl plate. Tablet almost. Well, it's kind of trivial. Table. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Water works. Sword. Crows. Scrow. Water light. Watercolor. Oops, is this orange? Oh, I passed it already. Watercolor. It's actually not bad. Now, color has no anagrams I can think of. Rock. Okay, yes, it's not color. Water. Water diver. Water lily? No, that's 4 letters. Water. Water pipe. Or pipes. And then we get Pepsi, which is a yellow kind of something. Maybe we think of 5-letter yellow objects. That would be ridiculous, but what better suggestion? Is there? The only yellow object is a banana. And the sun. Looking around me, I can't find any yellow objects to speak of. Is durian yellow? Probably not. 6 letters. Water. A light? What is a light yellow one of? Nothing. Five-letter yellow objects. That aren't banana. Other foods. Carrots. Some kind of berry, maybe underripe. Papaya. Extremely questionable avocado. Corn. Maize could be a yellow type of grains. I don't think it's maize, because how are you anagramming maize to go after the word water? Well, this is probably not. Yeah. Okay, let's return to thinking about our colored cities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And one, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, I have done extremely poorly at this. So the K is actually an A. And then the O becomes an E. day. London day AEI. 2 becomes, so that's an L. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes. 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 3, 2, 4, 2A already. It's all of them. It's hard to escape the issue of all 6 orange ones being vowels, if it is an issue at all, but it sure feels like an issue. Orange, teal, and blue are such ugly colors in that chosen. Are you supposed to color the lines in such a way that... No, you can't do it. So you get blue out of these 2 being combined, you get teal out of these 3 being combined. Like if both of these are blue. Get orange out of combining... I don't see what. Orange and orange. Orange and pink. Orange and peach, honestly, the best 2 to make orange that I can see. So this line would have to be orange. This would not be orange at all. Look at the arrows. Like the shape of the arrows. Do they draw letters? This is a single arrow. This is 3 arrows that make kind of an M. Look at them collectively instead of one by one. Packages. This is a label on a box. Arrow, arrow, shipping, up, up. I feel like these arrows have to be significant in some way. there's a barcode, which can't possibly be significant. To figure out what you've created. Sounds like a noun phrase. Do we need to make an order for the cities? But it wouldn't say specifically the cities with colored backgrounds. If you cared about the other cities at all. Why don't we just follow which and look at the initial letters. C, J, well, terrible already. C, J, T, W, O, A, O, R. Yeah, it's not initial letters of cities these past through. That much is clear. The flavor text is heavily suggesting we ignore the contents of the arrows, the packages, for the purpose of extraction. They're just used to figure out which city goes where. Yeah, I'm trying to chase packages around the map, and it's not looking like I'm getting anything useful out of it. I might have to call it there and look up the solution. It's very frustrating to get so close, but I don't feel like I have any leads on extraction. And I think solving the last orange chain is not going to help with that. Just need one or two ideas. I did greatly enjoy the puzzle up until the point where I had to start looking things up to make any further progress. It's a nice little challenge to figure out what transformations are needed. The cherry took me so long. Alright, I think that's going to be it. Cheers. Hi, we're back. I didn't want to leave the video on a bit of an anticlimax of just being stuck. So I looked up to figure out what I was doing wrong, and I have learned enough that we are going to get this over the finish line. Now, first I have now very belatedly confirmed that the puzzle was intended to be solved with the use of Google and other outside resources, as I was starting to suspect when we were getting to the point of like Pollux being the biggest star in Gemini and Castor being the brother of Pollux and stuff that I think that even people with a very solid knowledge of popular culture are probably not going to know. So a little unfortunate that I dragged out the video quite a lot, trying to solve this puzzle without Google, when I probably should have just been using Google all along. But we did eventually get there. Now I was completely stuck on the orange chain from apartment to Bangkok, which is synonym than flat. And after flat, I kept trying to find every single possible antonym of flat. And then I was stuck for the rest of the chain all the way to water, trying to find a five-letter word that you can put after water to make a full word. And I have now learned I had the wrong meaning of flat in mind. I was thinking flat is in terms of level. It is flat in terms of musical notation. And of course, the opposite of a flat is a sharp. Now Rome drops the first letter, so we get harp instead of illy. Now we have to add a letter to make a brother. And this is one that I think I would have had trouble getting without Google. But Harpo marks and Groucho marks are brothers. Now we drop a letter to make grouch, which is grouch? Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay. Now we need a green grouch, and that is of course Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street. And now we need to ask what is before Oscar. And of course, Oscar is the 15th letter of the native phonetic alphabet. So before O comes N, which is November. And before November comes O. Wait, no, sorry. I'm supposed to go, Z to Y, so I go before. Before O becomes N. Wait, okay, we are screwing this. JKLMNO. What was M? Okay, well, we are going straight back to Google. NATO phonetic alphabet. Is November the correct number of letters? November is 8 letters. Huh. Well, we are not done yet. Watch DC. Comes immediately after. Oscar comes immediately after November. That's correct. Then November comes immediately after Mike, which is 4 letters. There's no 4 letters coming out of Washington, D.C. Oh, of course, of course. November, the month, comes immediately after October, the month. Right. Okay. That was very much being dumb. Now, October, Tokyo is what occurs at the end. Now, Halloween is at the end of October. And thanks to some Googling, some guy named Curtis is the biggest star in a movie or something called Halloween. Now we have to anagram. Curtis anagrams to citrus, and a yellow citrus is a lemon, and an anagram of lemon is melon, and watermelon is a thing. Okay, I think the orange chain was very hard, and even with Google, I obviously failed to do it. However, none of this helps with the extraction, because I was in a bit of despair looking at the clues, because it seemed to me that from the clues that we just needed to know which cities go where and not the packages. And I think that is indeed correct. And although I had struggled to get to the solution using only the city names and the number of arrows pointing into each city, it turns out that was exactly the information. I was just doing the wrong thing. I was making this much more complicated than necessary. So if you look at the three blue, three blue cities, Xiamen, Ankara, and Singapore, I have indexed into each city the letter based on the number of arrows pointing into the city. And then I was left with three letters, A, N, and S, and had no idea what to do with them because I didn't know what order they went in, and with the other cases, I was getting nonsense letters that didn't spell anything. Actually, the arrows indicate the order to read the cities, and you just take the first letters. So I should have noticed that within each group, there are each city has a different number of arrows pointing into it. So rather than indexing the first letter, the second letter, and the third letter, I just take the first letters and do them in order of 1, 2, 3. So Singapore has 1 arrow going into it, so it goes first. Ankara has 2 arrows going into it, so it goes second. And Xiamen has 3 arrows going into it, so it goes third. And that spells S-A-X or Sax. Okay, now if we do the teals, there's 1 arrow going into Nairobi, so we start with the N. There's 2 arrows going to Alexandria, so then we have A. There's 3 arrows going into Riyadh, so we do R. 4 into Rio de Janeiro, so we do R. 5 into Osaka, so we do O. And then 6 into Washington, D.C., we do W, and that spells narrow. So we have Sax, narrow. And then for orange, we start with Amsterdam for A, Rome for R. So it's, Cairo for C. You can see because I've capitalized a letter in each word, each city name, that corresponds to the number of letters that we can easily sort them in this way. Then Athens for A, New York City for N, and then finally Auckland for A. So that's Arcana. So we have Sax and narrow and Arcana. And the next step, I did have the right idea. We have 3 dotted cities, and this gives us 3 transformations, and we apply each transformation to I wasn't sure if I was going to do 1 transformation to each of our words or all the transformations to all the words. But in this case, so we have 3 words, Sax, narrow, and Arcana. We have 3 transformations. Tokyo is what occurs at the end. Auckland is opposite. And Beijing is add 4 to every letter. Now, obviously, that's going to be the shortest ones. That's Sax. And if you add 4 to S, you get TUVW. A, you get E. And then X, you get YZAB. So that's web. So we've transformed Sax into web. Okay, narrow. So we are left with narrow and Arcana, and the 2 transformations we want to do are opposite and what occurs at the end. Opposite, we're going to do narrow. So narrow will be wide or large, but wide just feels better. And then what occurs at the end. So for Arcana, the end of the Arcana. Well, that was not a good Google search because Arcana is a game. So, okay. Last of the Arcana. Okay, major arcana on Wikipedia. List of the major arcana in order, starting with 0, the Fool, Juggler, the Popess, the Empress, the Emperor, the Pope, the Lovers, the Chariot, Justice, the Hermit, Wheel of Fortune, Strength, the Hanged Man, Death, Temperance, the Devil, the House of God. Oh, there's multiple names. Ah, okay. Well, there's a bunch of names for each arcana, whatever. Death, Temperance, the Devil, the House of God, the Star, the Moon, the Sun, Judgment, and the World is last. Okay, so we have web, wide, the world, and I'm assuming I have the order wrong. And surely the final answer will be the World Wide Web. Oof. Okay. I am very happy with the ending, and very happy with the puzzle as a whole. My only regret was not realizing that it was appropriate to the puzzle to be Googling before I did, because, you know, obviously with a crossword you wouldn't just start Googling at the beginning. However, and the difficulty I had with extraction, of course, had nothing to do with whether it's Googling or not. This was just, I made it more complicated than it's supposed to be and did not see the correct idea. So, my weakness with extracting puzzles strikes again. But I did enjoy seeing the conclusion, and I didn't want to leave everyone hanging on where the rest of the puzzle goes. So, glad to see you to the end. All right. Farewell.